of directors, but I'm going to do a little differently this time. I'm going to start with our support staff and administration, because they are the glue that holds all these meetings together. And I first would like to welcome Carolyn Robinson, the manager of the communications and executive office. She's the glue that keeps these Zoom meetings going. Fiza Hassad is going to be joining us. She's the accounting and human resources specialist and our mathematical guru. Amy Stein is the acting deputy register, and in some cases she does give an answer that doesn't sound like a lawyer. Thank you, Amy. And we have the incomparable Fazal Khan, our leader and steerer of the ship. Thank you very much, Fazal, for doing such a great job. We have a facilitator today, our Sarah Butson. Thank you for attending today, Sarah. We have a few regrets. Murray Angus, who is the public member, will not be attending, or will be Dorena Rees, who is an elected member, Amber Forney, who is also an elected member, Elsa Lee, who is also an elected member, and Diana Bristow, who is a public member. So the individuals that are going to be participating today, we have Omar Farouk, who is a public member. We have Henry Wiesmer, who is a public member. Michael Smart, who is an elected member. Neda Mohammadzad, who is an elected member. Samir Modira, who I'm going to let make a motion, is elected member. Ingrid Koenig, who is an elected member. We have Peggy Judge, who is a public member. And we have our vice chair, Stephen Kinsella, who is a public member. And myself, Brian Todd, who is the chair and an elected member. Now, I have the pleasure to dovetail with our talk earlier today from George of stating a land acknowledgement, and I'd like to do that if I could right now. This meeting is today I'm speaking from you from where I live on the land, which is the Robinson-Huron Treaty of 1850. I am located on the traditional ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe, and that the greater city of Sudbury also includes its traditional lands of the Wahnapitae First Nations. I'm now going to hand this over to Sarah, for our facilitator, to start the ball rolling.
Super. Thank you, Brian, and good morning, everyone. Just ahead of the agenda, we wanted to remind you of a few of the logistics for the meeting. I'll just take a moment now to remind us of a few of the virtual meeting norms. So just a reminder to mute yourself when it's not your opportunity to speak, and where you can be present, keep the video on so that we can have an engaging and participatory conversation. Where possible, sort of silence the rest of your technologies to reduce the disruptions throughout the meeting, and then we encourage you to, of course, participate in the opportunities that we will have throughout the day for discussion and conversation. To do that, you can use the raise hand function on your Zoom screen. So for most folks, depending on your version, but I think at this stage, most folks should have it by clicking on the reactions button. And when you do that, you will see something that says raise hand, and that will allow you to get placed into the speaker list. If you are struggling to do that, you can always either privately chat myself or, wave us down at kind of the last mode of being heard. The other thing I wanted to remind us of is that throughout the agenda, we will be having a number of conversations where we will be seeking the board's opinions and trying to reach consensus. When we do that, we will be asking folks to show their hands, a fist of 5. So we're looking for people to either, agree to move forward and where we've landed, or love it with a 5. Anything a 3 or 2 or a 1 means you have pieces that you need to discuss, or you hate it entirely, at which case we'll call on you to see, can we get you to a 4 or a 5? Ultimately, that's what we're looking for to make a motion, where I will pass to Brian to call the motion. We'll ask for a board member at that point to first, second, and then all approve that motion. We read these over earlier, but we'll do it again just to keep it top of mind. But when we are seeking consensus and we are moving a motion, we remind the board to consider these key questions. The first question is, how does this decision or policy serve the public interest? The second one is, are there any potential unintended consequences to the decision or policy? The third is, do any potential risks to the organization arise from the decision or policy? And the fourth one is, do you have any professional interest in the outcome of the decision or policy? So we remind you to keep those top of mind as we have those conversations. And then throughout the agenda, I will ask a volunteer to let us know what they think the public interest rationale is for a decision that we're making so that we can note that for file. And with that said, I'm going to hand it back to Brian to move us into the opening pieces.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So I'm going to begin the agenda with 1.2, the Conflict of Interest Declaration. And at this particular time, I'm going to ask, does anyone have any conflict of interest to declare? I am seeing none. Henry, you're nodding your head saying no, so I'll go with that. That's great. And then I can jump over then, if I could, Sarah, to 1.3, the adoption of the agenda.
Absolutely.
And I'd like to ask, is there any amendments to the agenda from anyone? I'll rely on you to do the scanning there, Sarah.
Yep, not seeing any amendments.
Thank you very much. Okay, then would someone like to make a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
See Henry and then Mike.
Henry and Mike, thank you very much. All in favor? It looks like it's
That's
passed
everyone.
unanimously, Sarah. Thank you very, very much. Okay, Sarah, I'll go back to you.
Okay, so and I'll pass it back to you to do the the
minutes.
minutes from August 23rd.
Thanks very much. Okay, this is 3.0 minutes, 3.1 August 23rd, 2021. I'm asking at this particular time if there are any amendments to the minutes of that particular meeting.
And I'm not seeing any hands.
Very good. I would like therefore then to ask for a motion to approve the minutes as they are circulated.
I see Steve and Omar.
All in favor? Passed. Thank you very much. Okay, Sarah, I
Okay.
think you're up now.
Perfect. So with that, we're going to invite Fiza Assad, the Accounting and Human Resources Specialist, to provide an update on the financials. Go ahead, Fiza.
All right, good morning, everyone. I'm just going to quickly share my screen so that you can view a presentation that I've prepared for you. All right, wonderful. So we'll just get started here. So the financial variance report for the report provides a summary of the year-to-date revenue, operations, and admin expenses and board and committee expenses. So just a reminder about a little bit of background here is that the purpose of the financial variance report is to provide an indication to the board as to whether revenue and expenses are trending in line with expectation for a particular point in the year. So this being August 31st. So variance will typically display a very high negative value earlier in the year before the bulk of revenue and expenses are realized or incurred. And as the year progresses, we will slowly approach a 0% variance at the end of the year. The executive committee, in their capacity as the finance committee, has done a detailed review of every line item of the variance report. And so I'm going to be providing an overview and a recap of some points that we discussed, and I will be opening up the floor to together.
Is that?
Our revenue, yes, sorry.
Sorry,
Go
Fiza.
ahead.
A quick thing. Is it possible for you to maybe tether off your phone? I think your bandwidth is really low, so you're coming out really choppy.
Sure. I might just turn off my video as well to see if
Okay.
that helps.
Okay.
All right, so I'm now on my data. I hope we're not going to
Okay.
be running into any other issues there.
Yeah, this is sounding good.
Okay, perfect. All right, so the total revenue to date is $2,582,963, which reflects a variance of $321,942, so a 14% over budget. The surplus can largely be attributed to the rate of optician renewals exceeding expectations after we had conservatively estimated while budgeting in light of the continued impact of COVID-19. So just a few points that I'd like to bring to your attention is optician revenue. It is currently 16% over budget. And thank you to Steve, who provided me with a great idea to include the number that the optician revenue includes $64,117 in costs related to collecting upon resolved discipline matters. So this just goes to show the great work that's being done by the discipline committees and the great results of that work. Going forward, this amount is going to be reported under miscellaneous revenue so that we keep optician revenue solely for renewals and optician related costs. Student and intern revenue is also 32% above budget, and that includes a few deferred renewals from 2020. So we have close to 60 students and interns who renewed again in 2021. For miscellaneous revenue, we also include $32,717 of COVID-19 subsidies, so the employment wage and rent subsidies that were provided by the government, and those were received in May. So the college is eligible for the next cycle in Q4. The reason why this is such a large variance, so about 91% to the budget, is because while we were budgeting last year in October, at that time it was not clear if the college would be eligible for these subsidies and exactly what amount we would be receiving. So we had conferred with our auditors at the beginning of this year in January and February, and then we were told that we'd be eligible to apply going forward. And finally, interest and investment income is 96% under budget. And as we've mentioned throughout the meetings this year, interest and investment income is realized in September. So at the final board meeting of the year, you will see the actuals reflected in the report. And just before we move on to expenses, I just want to see if anyone had any questions about revenue.
Any questions about revenue for FISA? Okay, I'm not seeing any FISA.
All right, wonderful. So then we'll move on to board and committee expenses. So the total board and committee expenses for this period are $69,787, which is a variance of the college coming $137,713 under budget. So this indicates that the college has spent 66% less than the total budgeted amount as of August 31st, but this variance will decrease as we approach the end of the year. Now, these variances are reflected as a bit high, as while we were budgeting for the board and committee costs, we had built in a bit of room for in-person meetings. And as we all know, to date, we have not had any due to the continued situation with COVID. However, we do take these amalgamations into consideration for the upcoming budgeting period, where we will again build in costs for in-person meetings with the hope that the situation with COVID improves. Also, the board and committee expenses that are submitted to the college are usually done so on about a month delay. So it's usually in Q4, so October, November, and December, when we really catch up to these amounts, when everyone sends more of their expense reports in. So again, for our final board meeting in December, we'll see a much lower variance to the total budgeted amount. Are there any questions for board and committee amounts before we move on to operations expenses?
Any questions from the board on this piece? Not seeing any hands raised, Fiza, so you can go ahead.
All right, thank you, Sarah. And then finally, we'll move on to operations and administrative expenses. So the total expenditures to date are $1,612,836, which reflects a variance of $1,128,344 under budget. So this indicates that the college has spent 41% less than the total budgeted amount as of August 31st. Now, this is very normal as only 33% of the year remains. So as we approach December 31st, this variance will decrease even further. So again, just a few areas where I'd like to bring to the board's attention. So the expenses for board and staff education and development, which currently shows as 5% over budget for the year, includes a payment to HPRO to cover training costs that were incurred in 2019 and 2020, but were not charged to the college until 2021. So expenditures for this section are otherwise trending to budget. We are, again, at about a 28% variance under budget without these costs. For general operational expenses incurred to date, we are 41% under the total budgeted amount. And this is trending as expected for this point in the year, as a bulk of this cost a bulk of this line item includes bank charges, which are mostly incurred in November and December during renewal period. And finally, investigator expenses are 33% over budget due to the unpredictable and varying nature of investigations. It is difficult to accurately forecast investigator costs during the budgeting processes. And so again, we pull on this historical data while we are budgeting. We're currently budgeting for 2022 and looking into the current matters, expected matters, and we will adjust the budget accordingly. But again, this is a difficult line item to budget for, but we make sure that we build in these costs going forward. Also for QA portfolio expenses, we are 77% under budget, but this have been deferred to 2022. So those are the highlights for operations and admin expenses. Are there any questions?
Questions for Fiza? And Fiza, maybe I'll get you to stop sharing. That way we can see the
For
board
sure.
members. Any questions or comments from Fiza's presentation? Go ahead, Fazal.
So I just wanted to pose to the board, you got the line by line in your package for details and things like that, but were you satisfied sort of with this format of giving a general overview with highlights using the graphs and things like that?
Henry, question or? Yep.
No, as a matter of fact, I was just going to say, I'm not big on numbers and all that kind of stuff, but this was explained extremely well. I understood it. It's good.
Wonderful. Thank you, Henry.
Seeing some other nods as well to your question, Fazal. Peggy, you had a question?
I just had a comment in terms of, would it be possible to present it with the information of what the expected cost at this time of year would be? So it's not a variance from the total year's budget, but at this point in time, a variance from the 3 quarters or perhaps thirds or 3 quarters, whatever it is, or perhaps even knowing that some of the stuff is not uniform throughout the year, taking into account things like that we don't even expect to see this expense until November, so we actually are on budget at this point in time. And I just toss that out as a thought, and other people can, give feedback as well, so that they think that would be helpful or not.
So we can definitely,
Sorry, because I also
Sure,
say it
Peggy.
without knowing how much work is involved in doing that.
thanks, Peggy. So we'll definitely take that into account. I think for sure an easy one will be to kind of give an indication that we're trending on track or if something's trending off. So we can definitely point that out as sort of red or green flags type of thing. And we are actually playing with a few more color codings. So definitely we'll take that back to the admin team.
Any other comments or questions? Okay, so I'm going to move it to you, Brian, for a motion.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Thank you again, Fizza, for that very complete report. At this particular time, I'm going to be calling for a motion to approve the financial report as presented. I need a mover.
See Netta and then Steve.
And then Steve, thank you very much. All in favor? Passed unanimous. Thank you very much.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to go for a 15-minute break. And my apologies, I have some construction behind me, which I'm hoping will be done when we return from break. But so a reminder to mute and turn off your videos when we go for break. Carolyn will be posting a 15-minute timer on the screen. And so we will see you back in 15 minutes.
Thanks, Sarah. That was a pretty moving presentation by George, wasn't it, Fazal?
It certainly was. It definitely was sort of startling that this can all be happening. And
And
I think that gets the ball rolling with us.
Yep. Yep. Okay, Fazal, I think we're back. Sarah?
Okay, it looks like we've got almost everyone back with us. Just waiting for Omar. But otherwise, next up on the agenda, we're going to have Fazal Khan, the Registrar and CEO, present the annual report to folks. So I'll pass to you, Fazal.
Sorry, moving my mouse from all the multiple screens. Okay, so we're on to the annual report. So typically the college has published an annual report every year. We are required by the government to publish annual audited statements, which are contained in the annual report. So by tradition, we always are issuing an annual report every year. You may see some changes from time to time, both stylistically and also content-wise. With the advent of the CPMF, the College Performance Measurements Framework, we're taking cues from there to curate the information that we include in our annual report. And really, I want to probably turn this over to Carolyn to speak to it or walk us through it. You'll see that there's been some changes. There's some really neat features like QR codes that are now embedded in the annual report. So every year it gets stepped up a little bit, but I think this year, especially more than others, the annual report is quite interactive, I would say, for something that's a digital medium. So Carolyn, could I ask you to walk us through your amazing work there?
Thank you. For sure. I'm just going to start by screen sharing. And we're just going to go here. So one of the things that Fazal mentioned was the use of QR codes. So I hope that all of you have had a chance to have a bit of a look through this, but if you go to Brian's message, you'll see this code down here. What you can do is use your phone and open the camera and show it the QR code, and it will take you to Brian's presentation of the chair's message. So we did this so that if you have a printed copy and you have a link, it's difficult to access that link. You would be typing it in. This way, you don't have to navigate away from the annual report that you're reading, but you have access to additional content on your phone. So we've done this a few other places in the report. So I hope you all take the time to have a bit of a look. Our graphic designer did a great job. So we're pretty pleased with it. I think that's it, unless anyone has any questions.
Thanks, Carolyn. Any questions or feedback from the board for Carolyn? Okay.
Sounding like not.
Not seeing any. Okay, excellent report. I know I shared it was quite visually appealing as I was looking through my notes in preparation for this meeting. So with that, Brian, I will pass to you for a motion to approve the annual report.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So at this particular time, I would like someone to make a motion to approve the annual reports.
I saw Henry and then Samir.
Okay, Samir, finally, you got one in there. Hands up, all in favor? Approved. Thank you.
Great. So with that, we're going to move on to the monitoring reports. And again, I'll pass that to Fazal Khan, the registrar and CEO.
Okay, so I believe we're at 6-1.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
That's right.
So for the strategic planning monitoring report, this is probably for some of you, this is in a monitoring report, so there's no action. We'll need a motion at the end, but this is more for your information. And essentially, this is hopefully the second time people are seeing this. This is the second time we're presenting this. So with this monitoring report, we've, by tradition, sort of attached the strategic plan to it, and it gives you a progress, sort of an in-process progress report of what's happening on various initiatives. And it's the table that you see is our strategic plan for 2020 to 2022. So hopefully a lot of this content is carryover from the last report. So I'll highlight a few things that might be of interest, and then I'll open it up to the floor for any questions that anyone might have. So a couple of things on 1.1. We've got in the first box, percentage of opticians who know about the updated delegation guidelines. So this is something that we just launched in 2020. We adopted the updated standards of practice around delegation. So for this evidence, we're going to be carrying out a registrant survey before the end of 2021 to set a baseline of how many people know about it, and then we can set our goal in 2022. We're hoping to have about an 80% awareness rate. So we'll establish our baselines this fall. So I should actually step back one moment. Some data that we have, our KPIs we have, some of the KPIs we're yet to establish, and we're going to be doing a survey this fall to get some baselines, and that way we can project or set goals into 2022. So in some spots, it'll say not available, and the reason why. For instance, percentage of opticians offering remote services. Again, we're going to carry out a survey this fall and then set our targets. And then for patients, the fourth box, percentage of patients who are using telepractice for eyeglasses or contact lenses. We actually commissioned a public poll this fall through the use of Leger polling services. So I'm quite excited, actually. We'll be sharing those results with you at the December meeting. We just got the results in on Friday, and about 1,001 members of the public were polled by Leger. So there's some really neat information that's come out of this. So I'm really looking forward to sharing that with the board. Let's see here in 1.2, you'll see a few check boxes. So these are things where we had set goals and we have either met them or exceeded them. So that's, Carolyn, if you can scroll up to 1.2. For instance, number of PG hours developed by the college. We had set out a target of 2 PGCE hours, and we actually produced 3, which were in the jurisprudence module, 4.5, which were presentations that the college has given. So we've been actually quite busy at it. Actually, I see Henry's hand up, so maybe I'll just quickly pause for a sec.
Sure, Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, just go back to the first one. No, that 4th block that you mentioned.
Okay,
No.
the one about the public survey.
No, keep going there, right there. This percentage of patients who are using telepractice for EG and CF. Just kind of explain that to me, Fazal, please.
Sure. So this major strategy was making sure that we updated the standards of practice. With the emergence of technology like websites and things like that, we wanted to ensure that our standards of practice reflected enabling opticians to harness technology, because we were seeing a lot of shift in the way patients wanted to access their health, not just brick and mortar anymore, but also virtual care. So one of the KPIs was, once we established ways for opticians to use, for instance, websites in their practice or remote delivery, we then wanted to measure if patients were actually aware of it and actually using this new service.
Oh, good. Okay, great.
Yeah. Just trying to make sure that we're keeping up with the times.
Yeah, no, that's wonderful. It's something I don't always get all the little
Short
in
forms.
between, and you just explained it. It's fine.
Perfect. Thank you, Henry. Okay, so moving along, just to talk about 1.2 one more time. We had announced or launched the PG category, and there was some desire from the board that we're implementing a PG category. We wanted to make sure that our members or registrants didn't have a difficult time accessing PG content. And so therefore, the administration had committed to creating a certain number of accredited hours in that category. And we certainly met or exceeded it. So there was no difficulty on registrants getting their PG credits. But the nice thing also is there's some stats in the box that talks about the QAC actually accredited 44 new professional growth activities in 2020, and 22 PG activities have already been accredited so far in 2021. So while we launched the category, it doesn't seem like there's any burden on the registrants in getting those PG hours. So I think that's a good news story. So I'm not going to go through this line by line, but I'm happy to answer any question about any line. 1.3, environmental scans and literature reviews. In order for the board and the committees to make good decisions, it's very important to bring what's happening out there in the real world in the way of reports and scans. And so we were hoping to minimum do at least 3 scans. To date, we have done about 12 program and departmental scans, and we probably have 4 major ones on the horizon for 2022 as we lead into the next strategic planning session. 2.1, the strategy was about exploring ways to create synergies amongst other regulators and functions that we perform as regulators. So we had, in the first box, we were hoping to have streamlined about 4 processes. To date, we've probably streamlined about 7 regulatory and internal processes. And in the notes on the far right of the chart, you'll see many of those outlined there. Operational budget savings, it's actually not in the box, but we probably saved about 16 to 20,000 working on bringing in-house our HR recruiting. So that's something that has been brought in that was actually an outside service. And with FISA as our HR specialist in-house, She regularly works with HPRO collaboratively so that they're all sharing resources, and we're able to bring this function in-house and save the college money. Let's see what else is there. I think on page 6, we're talking about a percentage improvement in public trust on pre and post reforms. So here it says that we're going to establish a baseline in 2021. And so that is going to come through that Leger survey that we've done. Moving on to goal 3. The major strategy here is ensuring that the college communications are transparent, relational, and accessible. So the first line, we've got a big checkbox there. The performance indicator was the score that we would get in our relational audit. We had done a relational audit in 2015, and we had gotten a score of 2.8 out of 5. We did another audit in 2020, about 5 years later, and our score improved 25% to 3.5 out of 5. I'll be talking about that relational audit a little bit later this afternoon, but it was quite a good news story. We'd also, as part of our accessibility, talked about getting as many documents translated to French as possible. We had set a target of 10 documents, or about 10,000 words. In 2020, we translated about 18 documents, which came out to about just under 10,000 words. And for 2021, we're already up to 15 documents and almost 14,000 words of translation. Another nice part of that accessibility, it comes in the way of staffing. Over the summer, we've hired our first trilingual staff member in the registration department, Edith, who speaks Spanish, French, and English, writes and speaks it all fluently. So we have that resource in-house now. I'm not going to drill down too much into the social media views, but you'll see from the notes, we're on a nice upward trajectory. One thing that we will caveat in a few spots in this report is in 2022, we may be, even though 2021 numbers were robust, we may tweak some numbers down a little bit. I think the pandemic has given us, there has been a silver lining to it in the sense that a lot of the registrants and the public have been looking to the college for information. And so that created a lot of interest on our website and our social media platforms. But I think it was a bit of a moment in time. It was a very critical, almost crisis level situation. So we had a lot of hits, but I don't think that's going to be the norm going forward. So we're going to be looking for reasonable incremental growth in all our platforms going forward. Percentage of positive feedback received to the communication initiatives. We were hoping for about a 75% positivity rate. Sorry, Carolyn, if you can just scroll down another page or two. Yeah, that's perfect. So we were hoping for about 75%. We actually hit about 84% in 2020, and in 2021, we're about 86%. We're going to try to maintain that 75% or higher. Again, factoring sort of the COVID bump that we did get. But we do surveys at the end of each of our communications, so the registrants can let us know if the communications were clear and if there was anything else that they need. And we've been getting really positive feedback from those surveys. So just check and see. And then one last little bit of good news, 3.4. So Carolyn, if you can scroll down a bit. So 3.4 percentage of registrants that are QA program compliant. We had set up a target of about 66%, and that was based on historical compliance. For 2020, we hit a 77%. For 2021, we hit an 86% compliance. We're actually going to push for hopefully 90% compliance in 2022. I think the big tool here that helped us with our compliance is the launch of the electronic registrant portal for them to upload their QA every year. That's made things a lot easier. Plus, there's very close monitoring because we're able to see everyone's portfolios, compliance running queries in the database. So I think this has definitely helped us with that goal. So overall, we're doing quite well, I think, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Great. So, and we will move to see if there's any questions or comments from the board. I will just maybe give a reminder that the purpose of the monitoring reports is to have a system to periodically check in on the governing policies. And so really we're looking at two main questions. The first is, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And then the second is, did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? If there's no broader sort of questions for clarification, maybe I'll ask the board if there's any feedback regarding the registrar's interpretation of the plan, of the policy. Looking around, we have a quieter group this morning, I think.
Seems everybody liked it, Fazelle.
That's right. Oh, we've got a
two
couple of hands
questions.
here.
Or it wasn't exciting.
We'll hear from Ingrid and then Steve. Go ahead.
I love the way this is presented. It makes us, I think, easily understand what is happening with our strategic plan. And I hope it continues to be followed, because it's much easier than we've ever had before. Thanks, Fazelle.
Thank you, Ingrid. Kudos to our team that's supporting all of this and adding all those points along the way.
Steve, go ahead.
I would just want to kudo Ingrid's comments. Excellent presentation. I think everything's followed in detail. I just so grateful that we're continually looking for, in continuing education, ways to help the members to better train themselves. That in turn serves the public. So it's all an ongoing thing all the time. And I just think it's great, rather than just sitting back and saying the status quo.
Perfect.
Okay. So it sounds like overall positive feedback on the monitoring reports. Can we do our first sort of show of consensus to move forward with some motions on this item? Can I see a show of hands in moving forward? And I see consensus. Okay, so Brian, I'm going to pass to you for two motions on this one.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So as you've outlined, there's two motions on this that I'm asking for acceptance on, that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. I need a mover. Steve, seconder. Omar, all in favor? Passed. Thank you very much. Second motion is going to read that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. I need a mover. Henry and Peggy, all in favor? Passed. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. So we're going to keep it in the hands of Fazelle, but we're going to move on to the communications and support to the board monitoring report now. Go ahead, Fazelle.
Okay, so this policy again is the second time the board should be seeing this. And again, the way the table is set out, on the left-hand side is the policy section. In the middle is what we would call the registrar's interpretation of that policy. And on the far right is evidence that supports that interpretation. So again, there should be a familiar format. I'm going to go through sort of the high levels. So the first box, the board, the CEO will provide the board with adequate information to support decision making. This includes environmental scanning, staff and external perspectives, et cetera, et cetera. Much of this is carryover on the far right side, which is the evidence pieces. Things like, I'll point out, an external perspective was provided to the board at least 3 times so far on cultural safety and humility. We brought in George Cucci, for instance, and given us some external perspectives. Throughout the pandemic, the board was kept apprised about information relating to the pandemic via emails whenever it was between board meetings. And then, for instance, just recently, board and the committee members were and staff were surveyed on a return to office protocol to support the administration team in planning for our reopening in the fall. The next box, the CEO will provide monitoring data required by the board in a timely and understandable fashion. So the interpretation of that is that we provide monitoring reports that are provided in accordance with a schedule that the governance committee set out and the board approved. So you've seen a lot more of a trend of many monitoring reports such as this coming to you. So in total, 9 monitoring reports have been delivered as of the last reporting cycle, and they're listed in the notes. And there haven't been anything outside of those requested monitoring reports requested of the administration. The next box, the CEO advised the board about any actual or anticipated non-compliance with strategic outcomes or operational boundaries. So again, that's found in the monitoring reports. And up till now, there are no incidences of non-compliance to report of. The CEO will advise the board about media coverage, threats, or pending lawsuits. Updates are provided in a method that's appropriate to the sort of the urgency or sensitivity of the matter. And it could take the form of an email, a registrar's report, an emergency board meeting, an executive meeting, or in-camera sessions. So sort of the evidence of that is the board's been updated on all staffing changes, any board or committee member changes, and reports to that effect were sent out by email or my registrar's reports on a quarterly basis. I'm just going to skip down a couple of boxes. The CEO will not present information in an overly complex way that fails to differentiate between board decision-making, monitoring, or information. So the evidence we say is the board meeting materials are reviewed to ensure that they are clear and relational and their purpose is clearly defined. So you will see me checking in with you after many of the reports just to see if the material was comprehensible and cohesive. So all briefing notes are reviewed by the senior staff. Poor Amy gets the brunt of that as everything passes through her hands, making sure that the materials are clear and accurate and succinct. Briefing notes have evolved over the last couple of years to include little check boxes of is it for information, is it a decision required? And you'll also see categories in the briefing note about purpose of the briefing note, statement identifying the action required, that type of thing. So hopefully you're finding the briefing notes to be a little bit more useful. The CEO, I'm going to drop down again. The CEO will deal with the board as a whole, except when fulfilling individual requests for information. So updates are provided to the board at large, and feedback is sought from the entire group. So again, examples are that, again, all these reports come to the board as a whole. And then we're seeking input, for instance, on the return to office survey. So we're making sure that we always engage with the entire board. Lastly, the CEO provide a consent agenda for anything delegated to the CEO. So the interpretation here are that agendas should be reviewed by the chair and the executive committee, including any consent items. And so again, your board agenda that you're having today was run through the executive committee. We also set up now a pre-meeting with the board chairs to make sure that there's a process notes developed so that the meeting runs smoothly, and we do a dry run through of the day. So there's quite a bit of investment on the chair and vice chair's time getting ready for these meetings. So we thank them for that. And so that completes my update on this report, and I will turn it over for questions, and then the same process as the last report.
Great. So again, just a reminder that these reports really serve as a checkpoint to see how we are progressing against the goals, and ultimately the feedback is used for the evaluation of the registrar and by consequence the college. So again, a reminder that we're really looking at 2 questions here. The first being, was the registrar's interpretation of the policy reasonable? And then did the registrar comply with the policy as reasonably interpreted? So Henry, I think I saw your hand there. Did you have a question or comment?
Not a question. I wouldn't know what to ask. The thing that report was so thorough and detailed and informative. I thought it was well done. I wouldn't know what else to ask. Excellent.
Thank you, Henry.
Other comments or questions regarding, feedback regarding the interpretation? Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. I just wanted to say that through the registrar, he has handpicked this staff to make this college, and it runs like a machine, okay? They are so successful in what they do. Anything you ask them to do, it gets done on time. And as sitting as a board member, it makes, with the information that comes through to the CAO, who brings it to the board, makes our job as to make policy so much easier. And rather than us trying to figure it all out, options are given to us all the time. And kudos to the staff and the CAO on this.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Steve. And Peggy.
Basically just agreeing with that. And I was actually making the observation last night that it is so easy when everything is done so well. And probably a lot of the silence here about this is reflective of, if there isn't something to complain about, then everybody's happy, and what can we say? And it's not going well that there's lots to be said, because then there are so many things to fix, and that's not the case here.
Wonderful. Thank you, Peggy.
Okay, thanks, Peggy. And then Omar.
Omar, you're muted.
Okay, sorry, thanks. In addition to what was said, apart from the CEO obligations and duties and responsibilities, I think he had morally demonstrated accountability at his best, in that whatever needs to be done, he ensure and make sure that it was done in the interest of council and public members.
Thanks, Omar.
Okay,
Thank
thanks,
you.
Omar.
So I would like to actually turn it back to the board, in the sense that your input on these exit surveys that you provide after each board meeting is really critical, and that information that you give helps us tweak our processes and our presentations and things like that. So we do appreciate everybody taking the time to fill out those surveys. They're not falling on deaf ears. We actually look forward to that input. So thank you for taking the time.
Good. Okay, so generally we heard some positive feedback regarding the report, so I'll check for consensus to move forward with a motion on these items. So you can show a fist of 5, and I think I'm seeing everyone. Okay, so Brian, I will pass to you for the motions.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So the first motion will read that the board approve that the registrar's interpretation of the policy was reasonable. I need a mover.
I see
Netta and Mike, all in favor? Passed. Thank you very much. Second motion will read that the board agrees that the registrar CEO complied with the policy. Again, I need a mover.
I saw Omar and then Ingrid.
Okay, Omar and Ingrid. Okay, thank you very much. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
There we go. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to the role of the board officer's policy monitoring report, and I will turn it over to Samir, who is a board member, to do that presentation. Go ahead, Samir.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thanks, Sarah. So the purpose of the board policy achievement report is to monitor in greater detail policies that pertain to the governance process and board staff relation on ongoing basis. Last year, the board agreed to monitor 8 of the policies that were considered important to evaluate directly. The role of board officers policy 4S05 is a third of this policy. Today, in front of you for your consideration, the third board process achievement report up for review is the role of board officer policy 4-05, appendix A, and the board report facilitating this review can be found in appendix B. There are mainly 3 policy criteria reviewed on this report, and they were presented in a table format where you find policy criteria followed by interpretation, evidence, conclusion, as you can see in the report presented in front of you. The policy criteria are: number one, the mandate and responsibility of the chair permit the board to achieve its strategic goal and mandate. The interpretation of the policy in that, the board governance process and governance staff relationship policies. Second, board decision and actions are in accordance with the CEO mandate strategic aims and policy values. Third, the board policies of meeting, discussion, and decision are clearly belong to the board to decide. Fourth one, the chair has no individual authority to make decision or supervise, direct the registrar or CEO about the policy created by the board. The evidence was found. Brian, the chair of the board basically led and facilitated board process and coordinate board's efforts to govern and act as an ex officio member of all committees and working groups. My conclusion on that is we fully compliant and achieve that. Second, policy criteria reads the mandate and responsibility of the vice chair permit the board to achieve its strategic goal and mandate. The interpretation of this policy criteria is: in the absence of the chair, the duties and power of the chair may be exercised by the vice chair. Second, is to support the chair by assisting with specific assignment to facilitate effective board process. In terms of the evidence, so far, I haven't seen, unfortunately, we didn't miss, or Brian didn't miss any of the meeting in this case. So Steve didn't have any opportunity to present anything, but he's always there and willing to support, and I see that there. So my conclusion on that is fully compliant and achieved. So does the policy number 3. It reads: the mandate and responsibility of the board's officer permit the board to achieve its strategic goals and mandate. As you can see, all interpretation into that, it's mainly highlighted as 4: service, preparation, ambassadorship, and attendance. Evidence to that is, as we all know, board is meeting all criteria set by the college bylaw. In case of absence, the director or any of us basically can go on offline training module, and training is available to all of us there. My results or conclusion from that is fully compliant and achieved. And I'll pass it on to Sarah for the next.
Great. Any questions, feedback, comments for Samir? Any questions about the results reported or the interpretation? Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, just a comment to reiterate, Samir, Steve as vice chair has been there with me every meeting. So even though my attendance was pretty good, I'm sure that he could have taken over at any time if I did not attend. So kudos to you, Steve.
No doubt about that, for sure.
Okay, I'm not seeing any additional comments or questions. So a motion is not required for this item, but we will just do a test of consensus to make sure that folks feel comfortable with the report as presented by Samir. So can I see a show of hands for consensus on the report? And I see half of your hand, Henry, but it looks like it's 5. There we go. Perfect. So that looks like we have reached consensus then. Brian, any additional comments before I move on to 7.1?
No, I think that Samir, just to joke with you about motion passing, unfortunately we couldn't have a motion on this presentation today, but there will be one coming. So good job, very well done.
Super. Okay, so we're now going to move on to governance reforms, and I will have Gord White, the Vice Chair of the Governance Committee, take us through the report. So do we have Gord?
We're just waiting for him to rejoin us.
Okay.
So we could just take a second there. I think Carolyn's been in touch with him.
Perfect.
Mm.
Brian, do you have your background music queued up to play for these instances?
No, I don't.
Gord's in the waiting room, so he's on his way.
Perhaps we can get someone to sing. Henry, would you like to sing?
I will maybe give a.
No,
I don't know if that should be a thank you or. So I'm just going to give a little preamble before Gord gets on and speaks about this item. So we've talked a lot about CPMF, the College Performance Measurements Framework that was now launched by the government for the first time, requiring all colleges to report certain information. And they were looking at things like governance, how the board governs itself, and what type of governance protocols are in place. And so some of the questions include, are there competencies that the board members are meeting before they serve on the board? Are there term limits for board members? What type of training are board members getting? And along with, is the board analyzing its performance? The other question was, is the board having an external body analyze the performance of the board at any interval? And so we've done a good job, I would say, with making sure that we're at the forefront of governance reform. I think although we're a smaller college, I think we're still running with the first third of the bigger group. So we're out in front. We've implemented competencies for appointed members. We've appointed for the first time competencies for elected members. So this fall was the first time we had the screening committee looking for competencies. We've been doing for over 3 years now self-evaluations of the board every year. So we're well underway there. So sort of the only piece of the puzzle that we're missing of the evaluation is the external piece. And so Gord is going to speak to us a little bit about what his committee talked about and some of the recommendations they have. So Gord, hopefully I've set that up a little bit, and if you could take over.
That's great. And Gord, I'm going to pass it to you. I just will note that we will be addressing the third-party evaluator in 7.2. We're going to begin with the governance approach policy. Gord, so if you want to start with that piece, and then we'll address that one at 7.2. Amy, was there any thing additional you wanted to note?
No, I was just going to make the same observation.
Super. Okay. So Gord, we will pass it over to you then.
Thanks, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. On October 5th, 2020, the board approved the board policy development policy 4-24. The board requests that board monitoring achievement report templates be created for each of the 8 policies to be under review over the next 2 years. Here for your review is the 5th template in this series, the governance approach policy 4-01 monitoring template. The template has been broken down into sections, making it easy for the chosen director to fill out the information. With respect to the last 2 columns, the board will be able to review and discuss any deficiencies and recommendations to determine how to achieve compliance with this policy. Do we have any questions?
Okay, any questions for Gord with respect to this piece? Comments, feedback? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions from the group. Any pieces of feedback or comments? Some heads shaking, so clear as can be. This is a piece that we are looking for a volunteer to be responsible for completing the report and then presenting it to the board at the next meeting. Is there someone?
Sorry, Sarah, I don't mean to jump in. It's
Yes.
actually not the next meeting. It's the May 2022 meeting.
Sorry, the May 2022 meeting. Yes, sorry. Is there someone who would like to jump in to be a volunteer to complete the report for the May meeting? No, we're gonna have to volunteer.
Apparently, Sarah, if no one volunteers, I'm supposed to voluntold someone. Is that?
I was gonna say this looks like a voluntelling
So
situation.
It won't be Ingrid or myself. So at least Ingrid, you're off the hook on this one as far as that goes. I don't know. Did I hear someone?
Brian,
Yes.
it's Gord. I'd be willing to do it if you need me to.
Well, you've taken the heat off some of the other individuals this time, Gord.
Sorry, Gord, that's very kind. It does need to be a board member, though.
Okay.
All right. So
Okay, so-
apparently I have to choose someone, eh? Okay, I'm going to choose Neda.
Okay, Neda, do you accept this voluntelling responsibility?
Have any other jobs? Yes, of course.
Thanks very much, Neda. Sorry to put you on the hook on that like that. Fazal?
I just wanted to point it out. So the staff, as in all the other reports that have come so far, the one from Ingrid and the one from Samir, and Mike's also done one. We are 100% behind you to give you any assistance in gathering information and things. So you're not out in the cold on working on these things. So Neda, don't panic. We've got your back.
Thank you.
Thanks for that, Fazal. Okay, so with that, we didn't hear any comments or questions regarding the report, and we have our volunteer. So Brian, I'm going to pass it to you to move forward with a motion.
Very good. Thank you very much, Sarah. So the motion will read to approve the template for monitoring the governance approach policy. I need a mover. I see Peggy. I'll second it. How's that? All in favor? Passed. Unanimous. Thank you very much.
That's everyone. Okay, thank you. So Gord, we're going to keep with you, but we're going to move on to a discussion about engaging third-party assessments of the board efficacy. Fazal, I know you gave some context earlier. Was there anything you wanted to highlight before we let Gord take this piece over?
No, aside from thoroughly confusing where we were on the agenda, I apologize. You're all good to go, Gord.
Thanks, Giselle. So as you will recall, in February of this year, the board was presented with a draft of the College Performance Measurement Framework, the CPMF, which was later sent to the Ministry of Health in March. Its aim was to provide the ministry with information that would strengthen accountability and oversight of Ontario's health regulatory colleges and help colleges improve their performance. In its submission, the college identified for planned improvement over the next reporting period, exploring options for regular third-party assessment of the board's effectiveness to be undertaken every 3 years. With this background in mind, the committee is now recommending to the board that it undergo third-party evaluations every 3 years, starting in 2022. In September, the committee invited an external consultant to present on the importance and rationale for third-party board evaluation. The main rationales conveyed to the committee were: 1, third-party evaluations yield meaningful and reliable feedback on the board's performance from an objective third party over and above what can be gleaned from a self-evaluation process. 2, they demonstrate accountability and a desire for continuous improvement. And 3, they allow for alignment with the expectations set by the ministry in the CPMF. If the board agrees to adopt the process for third-party evaluations, the administrative team will engage an appropriate consultant to carry out the first evaluation in 2022 and every 3 years after that. the evaluation process will likely include some of the following steps. 1, interview and discussions with board members. 2, survey and other assessment tools. 3, observation of at least one board meeting. 4, review of board documents. And 5, review of a final report that identifies areas of strength and areas for improvement. Does anyone have any questions?
Okay, questions, comments, feedback on this piece? Henry, I'm seeing your hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, Gord, question, the background to this document, is it because colleges are not doing a good job? Is it because the government wants their fingers in more things? Is the government looking for more administrative work? And how much is this going to cost us?
All great questions. I'm going to refer this over to our counsel, Amy Stein, to respond to you.
Okay, so Amy, questions sort of about the why and then any associated costs.
Thanks. So in terms of the why, I don't think there was ever an indication that there's colleges out there that are not, that there's some kind of major worry on the government's part. What the CPMF was and is really just the introduction of a way of actually being able to assess where colleges are at, because until they introduced this, there wasn't a sort of standardized way of tracking how the colleges were doing. So if they were to even get questions about, are these organizations adhering to, best practices for, board and council governance, I'm not sure they would have been able to really even give a clear answer on that. So they wanted to introduce a process for actually monitoring how colleges are doing and being able to compare and contrast them in a way that was a bit more structured. Because before they introduced it, I think what the ministry reported was they were getting from the various annual reports put out each year by the college, hundreds of different performance metrics. So it was really difficult to compare and contrast those. So this standard that they've set about third-party external evaluations, that's one of the standards that's now forming part of the CPMF, and it's in line with best practices for board governance across the board. So it's not necessarily being triggered by any one particular thing, but it's part of a sort of bigger picture of trying to present, organizations that are self-governing, but doing so in line with certain standards. I'm going to actually, pass this over to Fazal, who I think would like to, add some comments as well.
Yeah, Amy, I think you've hit the nail on the head about streamlining and the fact that, for instance, we presented our annual report this morning and 26 other colleges have an annual report, all slightly different. And it was getting very hard for the government to sort of compare all of these reports and these metrics. The other thing is also the big push, and I think, Henry, that I'd point out is it's in an attempt, I think, to garner public confidence that the board is made up of people who are competent to be there and doing the work of the public in a fashion that they know what their mandate is supposed to be and that they're doing it effectively. So the evaluation piece, I think, would bolster public support that we've got the right people on the board who are taking the responsibility seriously.
And if I may, Sarah, so I believe Henry was also wondering what is this going to cost us?
Yes, he's making the money sign.
Making the money sign, which is obviously a really important question. So what's anticipated and what the CPMF is looking for colleges to meet in terms of standards is to not do this every year, but to do this at least once every 3 years. We have already begun to do some research into consultants who would be able to assist us with this process. So we're not finished that research yet. And we will be, making sure that we're selecting someone who's both competent and who's offering rates that are reasonable. We're expecting this to be in the range of, say, $12,000 to $20,000, I would say, depending on the different as you might recall, we do have a policy in place on vendor relations. So we're going to be working within the framework of that policy, which would trigger the need for some heightened checks and balances once we land in sort of upwards of $25,000. We don't expect this to hit that benchmark. So it's still going to be considered within the sort of lower category of consultants that we would engage for various processes.
Henry, did that help? Did you have a follow-up?
May I follow up, please?
Absolutely.
Okay, I understand that, and I think it's good. It's a little, being a public member and seeing how well this organization works and hearing the reports again now with Fazal as CEO, it's great. And you kind of say, "Oh, what do we need all kinds of checking for?" Fine, put that aside. I'm with the through thing and have you figure out how to. What happens when a third-party assessment rates the very poorly? Do they
So
make that public and put it out in the newspaper?
We lost you there for a moment, Henry, but I think you were sort of asking, what are the implications of a potentially negative report
Right.
from a third-party assessment?
Right.
Amy or Fazal, I'm not sure if you want to address that.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, like, we've been edging further and further, pushing the envelope further and further with transparency. That's one of the big values, and we've been posting a ton of information in our packages, and this would probably get published as well. I think at the end of the day, any consultant that we have, other than sort of throwing stones at our windows, we would expect them to give us some actionable items that we could bring to the board and put in place in the following months, and then test the waters again in another 3 years to see how we did. And luckily, I do agree with you, Henry. I think the organization is working well. I think we're at the forefront of governance reform, so I think we would fare quite well. But if there was anything negative, I would make sure that it's constructive and that we can action it. Amy, am I missing anything on that?
I was just going to add that I think these processes are sort of put in place for future-proofing organizations. We like to look at places in a point of time and say, well, it's great that they're being run well now, but if management were to change, if there were to be some change, you need these sort of checks and balances there to make sure that whoever's at the helm is meeting those standards. And I just wanted to add that in extreme circumstances where a college under the RHPA is not meeting its expectations or meeting its functions in an extreme sense, and especially to do with managing their finances and carrying out their regulatory functions, the ministry does have the authority to essentially take control and appoint sort of almost like a receiver over that organization. And that has happened. And again, it's very rare. We don't expect to be anywhere near that category, but there is a role for oversight if needed.
Thanks for that, Amy. Omar, I saw your hand up previously. Did you have an additional question or comment?
Yeah. A question, a comment first and a question. I think this was, or rather is, a carefully crafted piece of framework. And we hope the outcome would be not too challenging, but more positive, realizing the amount of work that council and the staff are putting together. My question is, I know Gord mentioned about having access to board's documents. I know there are many pieces of board's documents from various meetings. What specifically they will be looking for or try to review?
So some clarification on the types of board documents that might be reviewed. Amy, did you want to address that?
Sure. So what I think they'll be looking at, Omar, will be the kinds of briefing materials that the board is provided, and probably the minutes to show the rationales for decision making. So those will be the main documents they'll be looking at.
Okay. Would it be any? Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Okay, and Ingrid, same thing. I saw you had your hand up. Was your question answered, or did you have any further comment? You're good. Okay. Any other questions or comments, feedback for Gord or otherwise? Okay. Oh, I see. Steve, go ahead, Steve.
Thanks, Sarah. When we go out to get possible quotes on this for an outside party, would we be going with other colleges to go into a cooperative to maybe try to get a better contract for 4 or 5 colleges together rather than just one individually?
If I can jump in on that, we would definitely look at all of that. FISA is working always with sort of collaborative groups, subsets of HPRO. So we would definitely be looking to see if there's somebody who's doing a bunch of colleges at once and has a templated product. So definitely on the table.
Okay, I saw a thumbs up from Steve, so I think that answered your question. Any other comments? Okay, so this is one of those agenda items where we, would love to hear from the board, just to take a moment to outline what the public interest rationale would be to implement this policy or to make this decision. Does someone want to offer up one or more volunteers to what you think the public interest rationale is of this decision? Henry. And then Steve.
I think it's what Amy said. I think the thing that comes out of this, now that we've gone through this, is the transparency that this will provide for the public in terms of what's going on at these colleges. Because generally speaking, and I'll be honest with you, when I tell people I'm on the Optician College board, they kind of look at me with a big question mark. What's that? Who is it? What do they do? And I'm willing to bet that's for all the other 25. But this, if it's made public and they do a good job in terms of marketing the conclusions, assuming they're positive, then I think it would be great for the public to know this. Sure.
Okay, thank you, Henry. Steve, did you have some notes to add?
Yeah, I just want to say accountability. That's being held to the because the last thing you want is Toronto Star knocking on your front door saying, what's the story for the week? We're looking for something for news. So it's accountability, and exactly what Henry said too.
Okay, thank you, Steve and Henry. So we heard transparency and accountability. Anything else that folks want to outline for the public interest rationale? Okay. Oh, so the next piece that we'll do then is do a test for consensus to move forward. We will be moving to a motion on this item, but we'll see that folks feel comfortable moving forward with a third-party assessment. So again, you can put your fingers up. I'm seeing everyone. I just haven't seen Omar. There we go. Mike. Yes. Okay. So it looks like we feel comfortable moving forward. So Brian, I'm going to pass to you then for a motion.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So this particular motion will read that the board implement a process for third-party evaluations of its performance beginning in 2022 and every 3 years following, with a consultant to be retained by the college administration in accordance with the vendor relations policy as recommended by the governance committee. I need a mover. I see Ingrid. I see Omar. All in favor? Passed. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you to everyone. Now, Brian and team, we're early. We're running ahead of agenda. So
I was going to make a suggestion, Sarah. We can run it by the board. Maybe we could jump over to 9.1. It's listed as a 6-minute presentation. I'm wondering, would the board be amicable to jumping onto that one and then maybe having lunch after that?
See, I'm seeing some thumbs up.
Or is there not 8.2 still? Sorry. The self-evaluation. No.
I don't see an 8.2, but maybe
Yeah,
you do.
I don't have an 8.2. Amy, I'll look to you in case I'm missing something?
Yeah. There is, yeah, I think it's missing from our notes, but it is on the agenda. So I apologize that we didn't catch that it's missing from our background notes here. Sorry to make you wing it, Sarah, but this is also going to be something that Gord will be speaking to. So I think we could probably just turn this over to him.
Okay, let's go ahead then with that piece. So we'll do 8.2.
Yes, I have it right in front of me. As the board is aware, starting last year, it adopted a new self-evaluation tool put out by the Ontario Hospital Association. With respect to the 2021 self-evaluation, the college has received notice from the Ontario Hospital Association that it will be pausing the offering of this tool for 2021 in order to work on improvements and enhancements. The board was encouraged to continue to self-evaluate and was granted permission by the OHA, the Ontario Hospital Association, to reuse the 2020 questions to administer its own self-evaluation for the 2021 year. This means that the college's administrative team will run the self-evaluation process in-house using an anonymous survey that will preserve board and committee member anonymity. Are there any questions?
Okay, questions for Gord or the team on this piece? And thank you, Ingrid, for that that catch so that we didn't miss it. Questions or comments? Okay, Amy, go ahead.
Just to jump in, all this means is that you'll be essentially completing the same self-evaluation as you did in previous years, but instead of getting an email from a sort of external party, you're going to be receiving it from one of the team members here. So we just wanted to let the board know that it's going to look different, but it will otherwise be the same evaluation process.
Okay, so this one is an information only piece, so we don't need consensus or a motion for this one. So with that, it looked like folks felt comfortable. I think we still have time because that was a short agenda item. Do we want to move on then, Brian, and go ahead with 9.1?
I would be willing to. We have a 20-minute window here right now, and I think we could perhaps Gord, if you're willing to jump into that for the 9.1, if we could do that, that would be awesome.
Of course, Brian.
Thank you.
Okay, great. So Gord, we'll pass it over to you. This piece is the asset protection policy. So take it away, Gord.
Thanks, Sarah. There are 5 policies on the board policy review schedule that are slated for evaluation of their content in October. These are some of the first policies that were approved by the board when it began the process of adopting a policy governance approach and overhauling its governance manual in 2017. The purpose of reviewing policies on a regular basis is to ensure that they continue to be relevant and serve the function that they were implemented for. So the first policy, the Asset Protection Policy 2-04 falls within the operational boundaries category. Policies in this category set out the board's risk boundaries for the COO's operations. The proposed revisions are minor and ensure that the policy continues to reflect the principles of liquidity when needed and capital preservation. Over to you, Sarah.
Okay, great. Are there any questions for Gord on this piece and on the revisions? Questions or comments? Okay, I'm not seeing any. This is another item that we would like to highlight the public interest rationale on this piece. Can I get a volunteer to outline what they perceive to be the public interest rationale? Seeing some smiles. We may need to spin the wheel of names. Peggy, we've got your hand up. Go ahead, Peggy.
That it's important that the college remain liquid and that the assets that are there are maintained and used carefully so that you don't get into a situation where the fees for the opticians go sky high and then the opticians are electing to not re-register to a different field because they can't afford to be opticians because of the fees, and then the public doesn't have opticians available.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Anything else that anyone wanted to add for this one? Okay, so we'll do a test of consensus to see if folks feel comfortable moving forward. Henry, eager to the consensus, or did you have a question? Eager to the consensus. Okay, so we'll do a show of hands. And Samir, I don't know if I saw yours. Okay, perfect. Okay, so I will pass to Brian then for a motion.
Thank you, Sarah. So this particular motion will read to approve the proposed amendments to the asset protection policy as recommended by the governance committee. Can I have a mover? Henry's hand was up. I believe Samir, I saw your hand up too. So I'm going to give you the seconder on that. All in favor? Passed. Thank you very much.
That looks good. So we're still 15 minutes ahead of our agenda. The next item is, give or take 6 minutes on the agenda. Did you want to try to move forward with 9.2 as well?
I see a nod of heads, I think, Sarah. If Gord is up for that, we might as well. We'd all like to finish earlier than later today. So maybe we could proceed with that for 9.2.
Okay, Gord, that's okay with you? Okay,
Let's keep it going.
Okay, so we'll move forward then and hear from Gord on the investment policy.
So the second policy, the investment policy 2-06, falls within the operational boundaries category. On review, the governance committee was of the opinion that the policy required additional language around the following items: updating the types of instruments that are in the investment policy. 2, ensuring that ensuring that any investments align with the college's organizational values. And 3, increasing the reporting frequency to the board to be semi-annual. That's it so far. Sarah.
Okay, so any questions or comments, feedback on the amendments on this piece? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So again, I'll ask for someone to provide the public interest rationale with respect to this policy and to these amendments. Go ahead, Steve.
Yes, sir. It's great that we have these policies in place because there's this thing called the pandemic that just surfaced over the last couple of years. And we've been in a position where we've been able to drastically assist the membership with a reduction in rates, while yet still being fiscally responsible and moving ahead. And without these policies in place, who knows where we would have been.
Okay, thank you, Steve. I'm seeing some thumbs up from the group. Anything else that folks want to add related to the public interest rationale or otherwise? Peggy, go ahead.
Well, I just reiterate what I said on the previous agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Peggy. Anyone else want to comment? Anyone we haven't heard from yet? Okay. So with that, I will see a show of consensus that we feel comfortable moving forward on this item. And I see everyone. So Brian, I will pass to you for a motion.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So this particular motion will read to approve the proposed amendments to the investment policy 2-06 as recommended by the governance committee. I need a mover. Mikey, did I see your hand up? Okay, that's good. Seconder, please.
I see Ingrid.
Okay,
Oh.
Ingrid, thank you. All in favor? Passed.
That is everyone.
I don't know, Sarah, if we could roll the dice one more time.
Sorry, if I can just interject for 1 sec. One caution, we do have part of our agenda in the afternoon. We do have some guest speakers that have a hard start time. They can't come sooner than a certain time. So I don't want to create too much of a vacuum in the afternoon. So I'm just thinking maybe take a few extra minutes and warm up your lunch in the kitchen.
Have a longer lunch, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's my suggestion.
All right,
That's
I think
fine
that's
with me.
probably, yeah, that's probably a good idea, Sarah. We're 11:48 or almost 10 to 12 right now, so we can give each other another 10-minute extra for lunch and resume again at 1.
Okay, at 1 o'clock, perfect. So just a reminder again, when we leave for lunch that we'll put a timer up, a reminder to mute and then turn off your videos for the duration of lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
Thanks very much.
Take care, everyone.
Sarah, we're on 9.3, eh? Starting off?
We are, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, job products.
okay.
Or sorry, the delegation to the board. Yeah.
Delegation of the board, yeah.
And you can still see me, right, Brian?
We can certainly see you, Henry.
Okay, I can't see me. It's a real nuisance. I have no idea what the problem is. And I don't have any grandkids around here to show me what to do. And you guys aren't any help.
That's all right,
But
Henry.
anyway, I got through it. I mean, you can hear me. That's
We can see you and hear you, Henry. That makes our day.
Well,
I can see me, but anyway, we'll get through it.
I have-
Documentation is that available for us to look at again?
Which thing, Henry? You were getting a little
The,
cut off.
Oh, sorry, the cultural safety and humility training. Is that on the virtual boardroom page?
I think this morning's session is not. These things are sort of given in strategy session or in training session.
Okay. So I can't see it again.
I don't think so,
Oh, that's
but
too
it won't be
bad.
the last we see of George.
No, but that presentation this morning was. Ooh.
Gut wrenching.
Pretty
Oh,
moving,
gut
wasn't it?
wrenching.
Eh?
It's just terrible. Like you don't realize it. This has been kept in the dark for so long, and all of a sudden it just exploded. And he said, "Oh, it's already died down again a little bit."
Yeah, well, that's
The
what
whole
we.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's crazy. Like the thing is with the prime minister the other day with he's on holidays while this is the day of it. It just that defies logic. Anyway, we won't get political about it, right, Brian? Stop me.
Yeah, I'm going to try and stop you, but I'm not disagreeing with you either.
I'll just remind everybody that we're broadcasting live on YouTube.
Oh, as of now?
Oh, as of the 4.
Oh,
Your facts are in there, Henry.
okay. All right. All right.
Well, over the whole lunch, I believe it was on recording. I'm not
Yes.
sure if that's
Oh.
what we wanted to do or.
Yeah, that's why we kind of blank out all our screens and everything.
Okay. So you didn't watch me eat lunch. Good.
Okay, I think we're back. Sarah, I think if you want to start the ball rolling, we can do that.
I think so. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Hopefully you had an enjoyable lunch break, and we got a couple extra minutes there, so you could really kind of unwind and probably catch up with some other emails that were sitting in your inboxes. So welcome back. It looks like we have everyone with videos on that's supposed to be here. So I think we can pick up where we left off in the agenda. So you'll remember we were a little bit ahead of agenda. And so we are going to be inviting Gord White again, the governance chair, to present. And we'll be moving on to 9.3, the delegation to the board policy. So go ahead, Gord.
Thanks, Sarah. The third policy, the delegation to the board policy, which is 3-03, falls within the board staff relationship category. The proposed revisions ensure to aim to streamline policy 3-03 to ensure that it is clear and consistent with the changes to the language of the policy governance manual that has evolved over the last 4 years. The language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the COO. Are there any questions?
Okay, any questions for Gord or the team about these revisions? Just scroll down, not seeing any questions, any comments. Okay, it doesn't look like it. Okay, so I'll ask again, similarly to how we've done with the other ones, what does the board consider to be the public interest rationale for the decision or for these revisions? Does someone want to offer up the public interest rationale? Maybe someone who hasn't had an opportunity yet?
It's okay. I'll put my hand
Yes,
in.
go ahead, Omar.
Yeah. From my perspective, public perspective rather, I view it as empowering the public members to meet our respective individual role of accountability, and to actively participate at council meeting through discussion and perhaps decision making, and to focus on our contributions, all relating to the interests of the public. I view this also as a way of enhancing our understanding and our excellence, in governance, and the value of our different viewpoints. Each one of us see things differently, and as such, it gives us an opportunity to express our views or opinions and how we see things. In other words, I see the executive, the council, looking forward to a way of everyone's participation.
Okay, thanks,
Thank you.
Omar. I see Henry is giving a thumbs up. Are there any other comments or items that people would want to add in terms of the public interest rationale? Brian, are you?
No, I was just going to get ready for the motion if there was no more
Okay,
comments.
there
That's
you
all.
go. Okay, so Brian's set to go. So if there are no further comments or questions, we'll do a show of consensus that folks feel comfortable moving forward with these revisions. So again, you can show your fist of 5, and it looks like we have consensus. So we can move forward with a motion then, Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. So this particular motion again will read to approve the updated delegation to the board policy 3-03 as recommended by the governance committee. I'd like to have a mover on that, please. I'll move it. How's that? I'll preempt everybody. And Samir, I did see your hand up as a seconder. There you go. All in favor? Passed. Thank you very much.
Okay, good. So with that, we'll move on to the Registrar CEO Job Products Policy, again with Gord White presenting. Go ahead, Gord. And Gord, you're just muted there.
Start again. The fourth policy, the Registrar CEO Products Policy 3-06 falls within the board staff relationship category. Proposed revisions ensure that the language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the college as it developed its policy governance manual.
Okay, so did folks have any comments or questions with respect to these revisions for the job products policy? I'm seeing some shaking heads, so it would appear not. Okay. And did we want to offer up the public interest rationale for this one? Okay, I see Ingrid has a hand. Yeah, go ahead, Ingrid.
Sorry, I just have to unmute myself. Well, this is again in transparency to the public. This policy speaks directly to the link between the board and the CEO's job policies, the strategic outcomes policies, and again, just reflects our transparency to the public.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so with that in mind, if there's no other questions or comments with respect to this one, we can do a show of consensus. So can I see hands in terms of moving forward with these revisions? Okay, that looks like the whole group. Okay, so Brian, we can do a motion on this one.
Thanks, Sarah. This motion reads to approve the updated Registrar CEO Job Products Policy 3-06 as recommended by the Governance Committee. I need a mover. I think, Netta, you had your hand up. Thank you. Seconder, please.
See Ingrid?
Ingrid, thank you very much, Ingrid. All in favor? Passed. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Okay, so Gord, this is your last one that you're in the hot seat for. So we're going to move on to 9.5 on the agenda, the Registrar CEO position description, and we'll let you take that from there, Gord.
Okay, the fifth policy, the Registrar CEO Position Description Policy 2-06 falls within the board staff relationship category. The committee was of the view that the policy continues to adequately serve the board's needs and that, except for one minor typo, no amendments are necessary. That's it.
Okay, any comments on this one here? So no real revisions with the exception of a typo. Any comments more broadly on the policy? Oh, it looks like we're all okay here. Okay, so we'll move forward with a test for consensus to see if we can move to a motion. I'm seeing a quick show of hands and that looks good. So Brian, I will let you take it with the motion.
Thank you, Sarah. This motion will read to approve the updated Registrar CEO Position Description Policy 2.2-06 as recommended by the Governance Committee. Let's do it one more. Mike, I see your hand up. And Henry, as a seconder. All in favor? Passed unanimous. Thank you. Sarah, I just wanted to make one comment too in regards to the presentations that Gord has given today. I want to commend him and the Governance Committee on a lot of hard work this year. And that would also be extended to last year's Governance Committee that Stephen was on. A lot of the meetings that we've had in the past year and a half have consisted of a lot of presentations from the Governance Committee, and I just want to commend them on a lot of work well done.
Thank you, Brian.
Great, and I'm seeing some both physical and emoji claps. So I think Brian's points are echoed. So with that, Gord, well, thank you for the number of presentations that you gave today, and we'll move forward on our agenda. So thanks again, Gord.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to move on to the proposed amendments to the Code of Ethics, and we'll be inviting Jay Batt, the Chair of Patient Relations, to present that item. So Jay is there. There you are, Jay. So go ahead. We'll let you take the floor.
Okay, great. Thanks, Sarah. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm assuming everybody had a chance to go over the briefing note. I mean, it was a little bit more extensive with the results of some of the stakeholder feedback here as well. So just need to minimize my screen. So the Code of Ethics was created in January 2002 and has not been revised since March 25th of 2004. The committee recommends the following updates to the Code of Ethics for the purpose of making the document clearer and more relational, reflecting the changes to the profession since the code was last reviewed in 2004, including updates to the standards of practice and the introduction of the Patient Bill of Rights. And thirdly, incorporating the board's refreshed core values, in particular with respect to diversity, equity, and inclusion. On the committee's recommendation, the proposed updates were circulated to registrants and other stakeholders. As you can see from the results, we received a favorable response from most. The committee has taken into consideration all feedback and the suggestions presented and made 2 revisions to the proposed updates to the code. They include an addition to the preamble that indicates that the code of ethics should be read in tandem with the standards of practice and practice guidelines. Many of the suggestions and feedback that are not reflected in the new update of the code of ethics can be found in the standards of practice. So there was some overlap there. Paragraph number 17 was added to stress the importance of respectful communication with patients, including optician-patient relationships through social media. And we just want to open the floor for discussion. I'll pass it back over to Sarah.
Okay, great. So thank you, Jay, for that presentation. Are there questions or comments from the board on this item?
It's Omar.
Go ahead, Omar.
I viewed it as that it helps to embrace the philosophy of lifelong learning, which includes self-reflection, and also continuous learning and ongoing individual with group evaluation. That's my take. Thanks.
Thank you, Omar. Brian, I see you have a hand up.
Yeah, Jay, I just perhaps wanted some clarification. Under the for consideration page where it says the COO survey, and then it further goes down to the CAG survey, it says that there were a total of 100 registrants that responded to the stakeholder survey. Jay?
Oh, Jay, you're just muted.
Sorry, I've got a few different screens open here, so I was just getting to the right one here. As far as I can see on the chart as well, it looks like we had 99 optician members that responded. Now, I don't know if, whoops, let me just get back to that screen. Total response.
I guess my question too, Jay, would be, well, how many people were approached in the survey? You said there was 99 or 100 responded, but further down on the CAG survey, it says a total of 24 respondents answered the survey. Is that out of 100 or what? Like how many people? 24 out of how many people responded? That's what I was trying to get an idea of clarification on.
To be honest with you, I'm not sure how we actually poll the Citizens Advisory Group. Okay. I would assume that 24 is not included in the 100. The 100 seems to be optician members only. Possibly, maybe Amy could give us some more insight as to the CAG survey.
Absolutely. So you're correct, Jay. So these were separate surveys. The registrant survey, so that was put up on our website and circulated to the registrant base via social media and the standard ways that we put the word out to registrants that there's a feedback survey for people's review. The CAG, we go through the CAG directly and they put the survey out to their group of members. So we make that survey a little bit more public facing. So they were answered separately. We wanted to be able to provide some feedback both from registrants, but also because this is something that will impact patients. We felt it was important to get some feedback from a patient group. So that's why those were conducted separately. So The results are all separate in what you have been provided. And there's so one survey with 100 respondents and one survey with 24 respondents.
Just a follow-up, Sarah, if I could, with Amy
Yeah, go
then.
ahead.
I guess my question, maybe I should clarify then, Amy, was there were a total of 100 registrants responded. How many were sent out, for instance, on the CEO? 100 out of how many?
That's 100 respondents total out of our registrant base is approximately 3,000. So we didn't ask specific registrants to complete this. It was open to all registrants who wanted to participate.
It's a pretty low number. Okay, thank you.
It's in line, Brian, though, with typical responses. Sometimes if they're not exciting, like the fees.
For context, Brian, we got about 400 responses to the fees survey, which is obviously more than this, but that tends to be the highest level of interest because of, even though this code will clearly affect all registrants, people tend to feel the impact of the fees very directly. So 100 is in line with what we were expecting to get.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Brian. Any other questions on this one? Other comments or feedback? Okay. So we'll ask again for this one if we can have a volunteer or volunteers to indicate the public interest rationale for this decision. Again, if you haven't had a chance, this could be your time to shine, to share the public interest rationale.
Do you, Sarah, can I just maybe interject for one brief moment before we move on to that?
Absolutely.
So, you know, sort of as Jay was taking you through the sort of impetus for why we were looking at the Code of Ethics, it's been quite some time since this code has been looked at, and as Jay mentioned, the profession has somewhat evolved since then. Given all of the training that this board has been engaging in over the last couple of years to do with diversity, equity, and inclusion, and more recently, cultural safety and humility, one of the things that that the Patient Relations Committee was really hoping to make sure of was that this Code of Ethics is taking the profession in the direction that the board is also trying to move, and making sure that it addresses those areas, perhaps in a way that's more direct than it did before. And a couple of changes that I just want to draw your attention to that are perhaps a little bit different from the direction that the code has been in before. The existing code was always specifying that discrimination would against a patient would be contrary to the Code of Ethics. The revised code seeks to sort of spell that out in a lot more detail about what types of discrimination fall within the purview of the code, and where the college would sort of have a role in making sure that that registrants are you know, adhering to these particular areas. So the Code of Ethics, it lists all the grounds for discrimination under the Human Rights Code of Ontario. So these include areas like race, ethnicity, gender, religion, disability, etc. But there's actually two areas in that on that list that are not part of what's listed under the Human Rights Code. And those two areas are financial position and ability to pay. So the reason why the Patient Relations Committee was proposing this wording in the new code was that they're cognizant that there are there's a high retail aspect to a transaction with an optician. And for that reason, there are cases that have been reported to the college where patients have felt that they were not treated the same as other patients because they were lower income, or they were purchasing glasses through some type of social benefit program, and they felt that they were being treated differently than other patients. So under the revised code, what's being proposed is a provision that specifies that optician respects the inherent dignity of all patients, regardless of their financial position or ability to pay. So it's adding a bit more of a positive obligation for opticians to ensure that they are treating everyone the same and treating everyone with respect, regardless of whether they are lower income or they're using a type of social benefit program to pay for their eyewear. So just with that in mind, I'll turn that back over to Sarah, just to sort of highlight some of the public interest rationales that I think the Patient Relations Committee had been bringing to the table that perhaps maybe the board could comment on.
Thanks, Amy. That's great additional context, and we certainly saw that reflected in the survey. Brian, did you have a question before we get to the public interest rationale element?
Well, I was going to jump into that actually, based on
go ahead.
what Amy had said, and I think she pointed out some great indicators. Is the fact that a code of ethics is not a stagnant documentation. It's a living document, and it has to be improved and addressed according to what the public needs and concerns are. And I think we've demonstrated as a board that we're on top of that, and that the code of ethics in this particular document does reflect that.
Great, thank you, Brian. Any other thoughts from folks? Points that you want to raise related to the public interest rationale for this decision?
Omar, again, I would reflect that it demonstrates a sense of accountability, transparency, and respect, integrity, and openness. Those are some underlying values.
Great. Thank you, Omar. So reflecting of the values. Netta?
Yes, I'm definitely echoing what Omar said, but I know so many of the policies that we reviewed this morning and this afternoon, it was more for transparency of the college, but this part, I think it's really focused on the protecting public, mainly in all aspects, ethically, everything. And this is a true, this amendment definitely going to help us to go through the right direction and besides the transparency, the echoing our basically main mandate to protect the public.
Okay, thank you, Netta. And Samir?
I'm echoing what just Netta said. It's actually our mandate to protect the public, and that's what I see right from this policy for sure.
Okay, thank you to everyone for those sort of additions as to the importance of this type of amendment. Any other comments before we move forward with consensus and a motion? Okay, so with that, I will do a test for consensus to move forward with these amendments. Okay, I'm seeing everyone. Okay, so I will pass to Brian then to read the motion.
Sarah, thank you very much. This motion will read to approve the proposed amendments to the Code of Ethics as recommended by the Patient Relations Committee. Omar, I saw your hand up already. Netta, I saw it as a seconder. All in favor? Passed unanimously. Thank you.
Super. Okay, thanks, Brian. So we're going to move into the stakeholder feedback for the proposed regulatory amendment for treating spouses exemption, and I'll have Jay take us through that again. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. Everybody had a chance to look over the briefing note. The purpose of this piece of information for decision today is to review the stakeholder feedback on a proposed amendment to the general regulation under the Opticianry Act 1991 that would exempt spouses from the definition of patient for the purposes of sexual abuse provisions of the Regulated Health Professions Act. This matter was first before the board on May 17th and was approved for stakeholder feedback. We've included the results of the stakeholder feedback there attached to the briefing note. It was a favorable response from most, but we did take into consideration all feedback and comments. The issues that inform the governance committee's discussions and recommendations, or not government's, patient relations committee's discussions and recommendations are outlined below. This regulatory amendment would provide consistency in the field of opticianry and align with the College of Optometrists. The possible risks attributed to this exemption could be alleviated by developing additional standards and/or guidelines that protect the public interest. An outreach to registrants reminding them that they should not be treating their spouses, possibly through an email or e-blast. There is an inherent power imbalance that exists between a healthcare practitioner and a patient, which is why it is crucial that there be strong legislative protections against any form of sexual abuse. Treating spouses gives rise to unique considerations that may be better addressed outside the scope of the existing sexual abuse provisions of the RHPA. A spousal exemption regulation does not mean that opticians should routinely treat their spouses or other family members. So there's a couple of things here on the agenda to discuss, and then I will pass it back over to Sarah.
Okay, so we can open the floor then to any questions or comments related to either the survey or the proposed amendment. Any additional comments from folks? As Jay noted, this has been a discussion at the board previously. Ingrid, your hand is up.
I was most intrigued to hear the Citizens Advisory Group survey responses being the public. And I get a sense that there's either a strong feeling that we should treat our spouses or a strong feeling that we really shouldn't be treating our spouses, that the neutral zone is not as favorable, which leads me to wonder, is this, I mean, is this really the right thing to do? Maybe at this time, because we work directly with optometrists, but I'm sort of on the fence after reading all the comments, and the comments are good. I appreciated their words, so I'm on the fence.
Okay, thanks, Ingrid. So Ingrid noting that there were sort of, although most of the comments were favorable, there may have been some other on the more extreme end as well, rather than sort of indifference reflected in the survey. Peggy, something to add?
If the survey is opticians and optometrists, they serve a different function in terms of prescribing and making those decisions and looking for eye disease and things like that. I don't know if that makes it the decision that we make might be different than the optometrists make. There were good points about the fraud issue as well, basically collusion, and then that one maybe actually more applies to the optician. So I guess question is whether we should be having some further discussion about this.
Other comments and thoughts from folks, reactions? Amy, do you want to add something?
Just to Ingrid's comment, I know that there were in the sort of long form comments from the CAG responses, some comments that were on opposite ends of the spectrum. But just looking at the tally of responses in the sort of statistics that they gave to us, I think on the question of, do you think that opticians in Ontario should be allowed to treat their spouse? There were 10 strongly agree, 8 somewhat agree, and then 0 neutral. Then we had 3 somewhat disagree and 3 strongly disagree. So just in tallying those responses, there seemed to be a sort of a larger number, about 2/3 or 3/4 of people who appear to be in favor of the amendment. I just wanted to clarify whether you were drawing on sort of the comments or the sort of responses in and of themselves.
Ingrid, did you want to respond?
Well, I was adding the disagrees and the strongly disagree, like putting that all in one category. And I know they're slightly less than the agrees, but I'm surprised at the amount of disagrees. So that's like I was categorizing them together instead of separating them, because whether they somewhat disagree or strongly disagree, they're not in agreement.
Other thoughts? People want to respond on either the amendments themselves or the results of the survey? Go ahead, Ingrid.
Just to clarify, I'm not saying that we shouldn't. I mean, we are fitting glasses, taking measurements. That's I don't know how why that would be not in the public interest for us to do that to our spouses or our children. But I just was alerted to the fact that there's still a consideration there as to being a medical practitioner of sort, and that the public may not, there may be some people who are questioning that. And it's probably it's obviously in all regulatory health professions, because they did bring up, doctors and nurses and et cetera. So they're throwing us all in one basket. But I would be interested to know, I guess obviously we have consulted, but like, what are the other regulated professions? Maybe not doctors, but health, dental hygienists or massage therapists, or what are their colleges doing about treating spouses? I know we should be side by side with the optometry program, but maybe we need to look at other colleges.
Amy, did you want to go?
Sure. So I don't have a full list in front of me right now about which colleges have recently had regulations approved. There were 3 that were approved about this time last year. One of them was actually the dental hygienists, and that was following a case that was quite prominent in the news for some time over a dental hygienist who was revoked mandatory revocation after a case emerged that he had treated his spouse. So that college had put in an application to amend that regulation back in about 2014 or 2015, and it had been on hold. It's now since been approved and put into force. In addition to the optometrists, there were 2 other colleges that had also put in for amendments around the same time, and those were posted to the registry, which is one of the steps that happens before final approvals come through. That was the optometrists, the denturists, the optometrists was already approved. This was the chiropractors, denturists, and kinesiologists. So those regulations are in the final stages of potential approval, but have not yet been finally approved or brought into force. So there's certainly the ability for us to come back with a more fulsome list for this group. At this point, I would say there's probably about 6 or 7 colleges that either have a regulation approved or pending approval out of the 26. And there might be more that are sort of in progress at various stages.
Thanks for that, Amy. I think that's helpful. Ingrid, did that help to answer your question? Okay, Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Have we had any information or any indication back from the government level that they would be totally against such a proposal coming forward?
So an indication that the government would not be open to or against Fazal?
Just to double check with Amy, I don't think any policy or any regulation amendment has been rejected by the government so far.
That's correct, yeah.
So those who have put it forward have gotten it passed.
But yeah, the only caveat is that they were on hold for quite a number of years, which is until about this time last year. All the ones that are being approved right now had been submitted back around 2014 or 2015.
And then, Amy, I think you and I were just chatting a little bit. Ingrid, to your point, like some of the concerns that have been raised, for instance, I think if we do go forward with this, we usually put forward also a guideline document that rides along beside it that we could use to educate opticians about things like insurance collusion and things like that, flagging that, if we do go forward with this, flagging that these are concerns to be mindful of and would constitute professional misconduct and a breach of the code of ethics. So that's one route on the table.
Thanks, Fazal. Any other comments or questions from folks on this item? Okay, so let's test where we're at in terms of comfort moving forward with the proposed amendment. So let's do a show of 5 based on your comfort level moving forward with the proposed amendment. And I'll just make sure that I can see. Okay, so it looks like there is consensus to move forward. So before I move to Brian for a motion, it would be great just to hear from 1 or 2 folks what you think the public interest rationale is for moving forward with this motion or this amendment. Like any volunteers? Henry, yeah.
It seems to me that this proposal protects the optician as much as it does the public. And that's, I think, the reason for the important regulation.
Okay, so there's some protection for the optician. Steve, did you have anything to add there? And then Peggy?
Thanks, Sarah. My concern is with there's going to be a mandatory provincial election in June of 22. And I would hate to see other organizations, if they are being approved, that this get buried down, whether we have a change of government or it just gets put on the back burner for another 3 or 4 years down the road. And I think it's an important issue that protects the public and the opticians right now. So the time you get it in to the government now, before there could be a change in the whole government that's in there.
Okay, thanks, Steve. So a public interest in the timeliness of moving forward. Peggy, something to add?
Looking at it as the spouses are the public, it gives them an opportunity to actually choose to go to their spouse for their glasses. Maybe they actually trust their spouse more than competition of the spouse. And that is their chosen healthcare provider, and they should have that option.
Okay. Thank you, Peggy. Okay, so I think with that, if there are no additional public interest pieces, Amy, did you have something to add before we move to a motion?
Very quickly, one of the things that the Patient Relations Committee had discussed was access to care, especially in more remote parts of the province. And that was one sort of rationale from the public interest perspective that they felt might be served by this regulation. So I just wanted to check in with the board to see if that was a sense that was echoed with this group.
I'm seeing some nodding of heads on that point. Okay. So it sounds like that is a point that resonates with the board. And I think builds off of Peggy's point as well. Okay. So Brian, with that, I will pass to you for a motion.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. The motion will read that the board move forward with the proposed regulatory amendment and submit it to the Ministry of Health for review and consideration as recommended by the Patient Relations Committee. I'd like to have someone move on that, please. Netta, thank you. Samir seconds it. All in favor? Passed. Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Jay, yeah.
Brian, I just had a quick comment. With the motion, there's actually a second part to the motion and maybe cut off on the second page. I think it goes into page 4. It's kind of like a 2-in-1 motion, I believe.
Sorry, Jay, I don't have it in front of my process notes, but
Yeah, nor do I. Amy, is there a motion that we've missed there?
I don't believe so. Sorry, just give me 1 second. Oh,
it's the second part of
yeah, sorry. In the briefing note, there's also a proposal that the board approve the development of additional standards or guidelines to set parameters around the treatment of spouses.
And did you want to test for that with this group, Amy?
Yes, let's do that. You know, this is something that will take some time, as you know from sort of experience with regulatory amendments. These are this is not a quick process, but this is certainly something that if the board is comfortable with us moving forward with the proposal, that we could work on in the background so that if and when we get movement on it, they will be ready.
Okay, thank you, Amy, and thank you, Jay, for flagging that. So this would speak to the pieces that Fazal had mentioned earlier as well, that if there were particular pieces that required some guidelines for folks, that those could be built in as a form of support. So why don't we do a quick check for consensus then, that people would be open to the addition of these guidelines. And I'm seeing all hands, I think. There we go, Mike. Okay, super. So Mike, do you have the motion there in front of you from the briefing note?
no, Mike, Jay?
Or sorry, Brian?
No, I don't have that
don't.
motion. Perhaps I could rely on Amy to say the motion.
Sure, that the board approve the development of additional standards and or guidelines to set parameters around when it would be appropriate for an optician to treat their spouse.
Thanks, Amy. Okay, so I need a mover on that one. Steve, thank you. Netta, second. All in favor? Thank you very much.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Jay, so much for the presentation and for that catch of the motion.
No problem. Thanks, everyone, for your time.
Thanks,
you.
Jay. Well done.
Thank you.
So Brian and Fazal were sort of, 13 minutes ahead of schedule here. I think that's a bit, our next agenda item is a bit over that, so we'd be sort of cutting it in half. Should we move forward with a bit of an early break and come back in 15 minutes to resume the agenda?
Zell, I'll defer to you. I think we were chatting about the speakers and perhaps they're coming a little bit early, but at what time?
They can make it 15 minutes earlier, which puts them at 2:45. I could tackle, if everybody's still fresh from lunch, I could always tackle the next item and then take our break after that.
Sure.
I think
Are
we got
people
some head nods
feeling-
on that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like people are feeling okay. Okay, so then with that, we'll tackle the first item. So this is the relational study, and I will pass over to Fazal Khan, the registrar, to share the results of the study with us. Okay, go ahead,
Okay.
Fazal.
Thank you. So the relational study, it's the entirety is attached in your package. We have referred to it in other previous board meetings, I think in the spring. But today, this is an informational piece, and I thought I would just raise a few things or share a few things with you. Just to give you some background, back in 2015, a number of regulators, British Columbia, Alberta, and Ontario, decided that we would do a bit of a relational audit. And we did an extensive survey of each of our registrant bases. We had a consultant do that for us, and it gave us a score in different areas, and we had some recommendations given. And then we undertook a lot of action items over the last couple of years. So I do remember one of the things that sort of caught my attention, for instance, was typically we're not the most favorite amongst our registrants. There's usually a bit of a negative connotation with the college. And one of those was sort of the ivory tower approach. And when I first joined this organization, one thing I realized was there's a lot of form letters that have the registrar's signature on it that I've never written. So I got to see a lot of things up close. And there was an incredible use of Microsoft Office's fonts. So there were several letters that would go out, and many things would be capitalized, underlined, italicized, pretty much the kitchen sink. And it wasn't very relational. The communications almost seemed like they were very authoritarian, almost yelling at you, and often not very clear on what the ask was or what the fix was if something was out of order. So we conducted the relational audit. We got a score given to us, and we had a lot of lessons and training given to us, especially on writing and communication. And we've been putting these things into place each year. And so what we did was 5 years had passed, and we thought we'd return and see if we were making any progress on our efforts. So in the fall of 2020, the college commissioned the same consultant from 2015 to conduct the relational audit. And the nice thing was that the college saw a 25% improvement in our relational score, including a lot of positive comments about registrant interaction with the college. So at the same time, while the college received considerable positive feedback regarding our guidance in the pandemic, there was also areas still for further growth that I think we can pursue. I do also see from some of the comments that a lot of opticians think that there's more we can be doing for them. And I think that's a spot where we've got to make sure that we're clarifying our role because we're not the association, we're the regulator. And so as a regulator, I think we've got to be transparent and accessible and all of the values that we aspire to. But at the same time, I think there's an opportunity to have some conversations with our registrants as to where does our support sort of start and end, and where does the role of their professional association take over. So from a public interest point of view, the relational approach adopted by the college has several benefits that extends to all stakeholders that interact with the college. So for instance, our website, you'll see that there was a big remake of the website, and basically, as Gord speaks about in many of his comments about our raison d'etre, one of the biggest things that the public usually contacts the college about is usually the lodge a complaint. And that process was a little bit buried in the website previously. So the new website, Find an Optician, the public register is one of the big three, and lodge a complaint is the other big one in the website. So information that needs to be readily accessed by the public has been brought to the forefront. As well, all the documents over the last 5 years have been rewritten, both the ones that are applicant-facing, registrant-facing, and public-facing, to ensure that they're understandable and clear. And we're using tools, writing tools, to analyze sort of the readability of all our documents. And then from a diversity, equity, inclusion perspective, this relational approach to communication and interaction is in line with our equity and inclusion efforts. All our communications are focused on plain language. They're not so aggressive and defensive with a lot of legal jargon thrown around. If anything, if we are going to cite anything from the regulations, we'll usually asterisk it and then put it in footnotes rather than embed it and make it sound like we're preaching from different verses type of thing. And also a significant amount of our content in the last couple of years has been translated to French. And it's not just a simple sort of Google Translate, but these documents actually have gone through a proper translator. So at this point, there's no action required, but there are a lot of items that have been already acted on. For instance, not only we redid our website, I think at the end of 2019, but we've already done a relaunch. I think as of Friday, we did a soft relaunch. Some of the colors have been updated. Some of the information has been improved. The relational audit talked about some of the fonts being a little bit too large and things. So we've already made another version 2 of our website in the last year, so that has been relaunched. But there are lots of great opportunities where we can still continue to work, and we'll be bringing this information back to you, back to the board, as part of our environmental scanning, so that we can consider it in our 2023-2025 strategic planning session. So Caroline, maybe I'll just get you to drop the screen share, and then I'll check in with everybody. Hopefully you've had a chance to take a look at the relational report, and I can take any questions or comments. So I think Henry had his hand up first.
Yeah, thanks, Fazal. So Henry, go ahead.
I'm just curious, Fazal, there's a section in there which says the reading level for the registrants is grade 10, and for external stakeholders, it's 12. And I'm kind of wondering, what's the rationale behind that? Why wouldn't it all be 10?
It's
Anyway,
a good,
go ahead.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think at the end of the day, I'm going to actually get that, how they come up with the score. But we're just making sure that we're cognizant. I don't know if it's based on demographics or anything like that they've given the score. So I can certainly get you an answer for next time we're together.
Okay, well, my thinking would be that it should be grade 10 for everybody.
Yeah. And it sounds horrible, but we do aspire actually on this to write to the lowest level, because we want to increase accessibility as much as possible.
Thanks for that, Henry. Are there other comments, thoughts, feedback for Fazal? Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Yeah, I like the way that the letters have been changed in the italics, and because getting a letter that was all in bold or black or something like that, for somebody living in rural Ontario, they're going to take a look at that and say, Con, who's this Fazal guy living in the ivory tower in Toronto telling me what to do up in Timbuktu, Ontario? He doesn't know what's going on, what life is really like up here. So that letter he just sent me, it's going right in the garbage.
Yeah.
Great, thanks, Steve. Ingrid.
I think this is great. We've, managed to improve our relational ability. I remember taking part in the first stab at it, and this is wonderful. We just have to keep moving forward. And if we were to review ourselves every 5 years or so, I think that would be an awesome thing to do, because we can use it. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the more we have our registrants on side, and it doesn't mean we're doing favors or this or that, but the more the registrants understand, the more we can get them to execute their responsibilities. Omar, I think was it yourself that I cut your hand off there?
Yeah, yes, I on the public interest and consideration, I underscore the point where you alluded to of where it becomes easier for public members to locate and find an optician in rural areas, and that the process or the method or the principle you have in place become much easier for the public to either file a complaint on site or directly with the college through whatever means. In other words, the entirety of the process become much simplified. That's very good for the public.
Definitely.
Okay, thank you. Other comments or thoughts?
So we will be bringing this all back to the board next spring, along with other research that we do, so that we can consider all of this when we're setting our new strategic initiatives or rejigging some of the ones that are already in place. So you will see this again, but hopefully you'll have a chance to look at it. There's some nice comments for sure. I think the college got a lot of kudos in the last year, 18 months during the pandemic. And I think people are starting to understand what our role is. There's still some work to be done, but I think we made some good progress as an organization.
Super. So seeing some thumbs up again. So thank you, Fazal, for that presentation. Peggy, did you have a comment to add?
Okay.
Great. So with that, I think we'll take a break in the agenda. Same thing as the previous breaks. We'll have a timer up and we will mute and turn off our videos, and we will return for the last portion of the day.
Perfect.
So we'll see everyone in about 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. It looks like we have most folks back from break. Just maybe waiting on one person left. So welcome back. We've had a great session so far, very informative agenda, and we're heading into sort of the back portion of the day. And so with that, I'm going to pass the floor back to Fazal Khan, our registrar and CEO, who will present the registrar's report.
Okay, thank you. So again, the report's in your package. I'll just go over a few things. As far as the pandemic updates go, we are sort of, as far as registrant information, aside from the stage 3 reopening, there's been very little to update the registrants on. So it's sort of a status quo. I think the last thing that we updated them on was the provincial patient screening tool, and we sent an update on our, we adjusted our FAQs. There's quite a few FAQs in the COVID section. So there's actually now a table of contents organizing them a little bit more so that they're a little easier to navigate. Remote operations wise, we continue to operate remotely with no impediments to timelines or workflows. And we have the office being accessed by any staff that needs the space to access for mailing or copying or any function that they need to perform, or just if they need a quiet space to work. I think we will be going to a program where starting the mid-October, we'll be having staff come in teams, coming in once a month to meet in person, sort of for a little bit of team cohesion and collaboration, and also for some interface with the management team. So we'll be seeing that as they're required to support board and committee. They'll come in person if those meetings require it. And then effective October 1st, we've implemented a mandatory vaccine policy. So based on the input that we received from the staff survey and the board survey that we did over the summer about return to office and some of the concerns raised, I think there was quite a bit of positive support for having a vaccine policy in place. So as of October 1st, any visitors, whether it be visitors, staff, board members, consultants, anybody who's attending the board office in person has to have a proof of full vaccination. In the absence of that, they've got to have had a negative PCR COVID test within 72 hours prior to attending the college. One thing that I'm quite happy to report on is National Truth and Reconciliation Day, which was the first of its kind. It's on September 30th. And the office was closed to any external users. So we were closed to the registrants or any external stakeholders, but the staff were all working that day. And we had a full day learning seminar. I have to give a huge tip of the hat to Amy, who curated a number of videos. So we had several videos and breakout sessions to discuss what we had learned. So I think we made good use of the National Truth and Reconciliation Day to not only reflect on the challenges faced by the Indigenous peoples, but to learn about it and to sort of approach our work at the college with cultural safety and humility in mind. Registration exams, we're probably expecting a slightly smaller batch than normal. Typically, we have a large group in the fall. This is a reflection of the fact that the schools have had some interruption in their education flow. So we're starting to feel it a little bit right now. Nonetheless, we are very, very fortunate, and I want to give a little tip of the hat to Seneca College for once again coming to our aid and offering their premise for us to do our registration exams. I know they've got their hands full as they've got a mandatory vaccination program going on to attend their premise. And so navigating that, they've still made the space for us to attend and get our exams done. So we thank them deeply. Upcoming elections, the I'm going to update what I've written in my registrar's report. This was posted last week, so hot off the press. All the candidates that were had put their names forward have gone through the screening process through the governance panel. And so we had one candidate put their hat forward for District 3, which is the Northern District where Brian is currently holding. So Mr. Kevin Cloutier was successful going through the screening process, and because he was the only candidate, he is acclaimed. So congratulations to Kevin. He will start in Brian's riding January 1st, 2022, and he'll be giving up his seat as an appointed member. In District 2, which is Ingrid's district, we've got two people who, again, have gone through the screening process successfully, Ms. Desiree Petrolito and Derek Summers. So the elections window will be opening, or the elections portal will be opening October 10th, and then closing November 10th at noon. So there will be an election in that district. I am pleased to say we did hear from Desiree, and she had indicated that our information session was very informative. We ran an information session about what's involved being a board member or an appointed member. Ingrid was kind enough to attend. Elsa also gave her perspective as a new member. And that information session we held over lunchtime on a Zoom webinar. And it's nice to see that it made a difference. Government relations wise and pending regulations, I think, again, hot off the press, Amy, if I'm not mistaken, as of Friday, our misconduct regulation has been posted to the ministry website for public consultation.
Not sure if it's live yet, but it's going to be posted quite imminently.
Perfect. So we are getting some movement on our regulation work, which is nice to see. I did already report on the fact that we've had a few team members join us, one of whom is fully bilingual. So we're excited for some of the new faces, one in quality assurance, one in registration. So you'll be seeing a few new faces going forward at the committee level. And then external relations wise, we continue to work with HPRO as the pandemic continues to be an item. And we're sort of keeping each other abreast of what each of the colleges is doing as far as return to work or return to practice. And then as far as ongoing work goes, there's various projects that we're working on. The big one for the fall was the Leger polling that we just completed. We've got quite a few things coming up, including the renewal season's opening soon. Elections will be opening soon. The registration exams are around the corner. We're going to be opening the appointments for the appointed member selection process, which we're trying to cast a wider net. Not only just opticians in our appointed pool, but also attracting public persons to our appointed pool. So we'll be using some new strategies to get the public's attention to apply to the college to be a board member or an appointed member. And as well, we've got the fun stuff of ramping up the budgeting machine for 2022, which we will be presenting a draft budget at the December board meeting for your approval. So lots happening. And I think, one thing that I do want to make, if I haven't, I sent it out an email, but I think I'll just make sure that we cover that. Melanie is on maternity leave, but I had informed Melanie Woodbeck has taken a new position as registrar. And so her last official day with this college is October 8th, I believe. And at that point, Amy Stein, our legal counsel and our acting deputy registrar, will be taking the helm as deputy registrar permanently and taking over from where Melanie is leaving off. So I'm quite excited to see Amy there in that position permanently. So Amy, welcome aboard in that capacity. And I think that concludes my registrar's report. So if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Great. Thank you, Fazal. Any questions or comments or feedback for Fazal? Brian, go ahead.
Yeah, Fazal, I wanted to commend the college, you and the staff for the actual day off, as you would call it, for the National Reconciliation Day. It was refreshing to hear that there was a substitute instead of taking the day off, so to speak. In other words, there was some training and educational involvement that day, and I think that was a really good opportunity to demonstrate how serious we are with this situation and that. And to me, it wasn't just like another day off, and I really appreciate that you guys have taken that opportunity to use it as an educational opportunity.
Thank you, Brian. I do appreciate actually the board's also support in closing the business, closing the offices to any external work and letting us have that space to do the training. And I think, the discussion was that this is not really a holiday. This is a day to recognize and reflect. And it would be, I think, inappropriate to spend it as a holiday when really it's marking the suffering of Indigenous people in the residential school system. So I was very proud of our team in the learning. And like I said, Amy put together a fantastic day. And I think we shared those resources with the board because there's some great video clips to watch. They're all not very long and quite informative. So Amy, thank you. Amazing job with that.
Okay. Other comments or questions from the registrar's report?
Just congratulations to Amy once again for being elevated to a higher status.
Hear, hear.
Thank you.
And Brian, did you have your hand up, or that was a legacy? Okay.
Legacy hand.
Okay, seeing some additional claps with respect to the new roles, I think. But it seems as though there are no other questions. Okay, so thanks so much. So that was a for information piece only. So with that, we'll move on to the exams report and committee reports, and I will again pass that back to Fazal. Go ahead.
Okay, so essentially, I'm just going to make one point out to you. You've got all your reports in the package. As far as the exams report goes, the exams are a go for October. And again, as I said, a shout out to Seneca for hosting us and making that happen. In the public interest, we're going to make sure that there's a steady supply of opticians to meet demand. And a lot of these applicants have been waiting for a bit. And so we're able to sort of meet that demand. We will be doing our French exams, I think, early in the new year at La Cité. So for accessibility and access, I'm happy to see that the exams are being offered in both languages. Aside from that, Brian, I'm going to turn it back to you to navigate sort of the committee reports.
Thanks, Fazal. Yeah, so as typically what we have done in the past, of course, you've touched on the exam reports and communication reports. The other committee reports are packaged in your package that you read. So traditionally, we just go ahead and approve these as an omnibus motion, but I will defer back to Sarah to open it up for questions before that motion takes place.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Brian. So are there any questions regarding any of those reports mentioned before we move forward with an omnibus motion? Additional questions or comments or feedback? Seeing some shaking heads. Omar, you have your hand up. Go ahead, Omar.
Omar, you're muted.
Muted, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I just want to say kudos to the team that prepared all the reports respectively. They were well done, articulated, simplified, in a way that's easy to read and understand. Good job.
Okay, some kudos to the team. Any other comments or questions? Okay, So I think we can take that as a good understanding, Brian, ahead of the motion. Maybe I will pass that back to you then.
Thanks very much, Sarah. I will make the motion therefore then to approve the committee reports and the exam reports as presented. Omar's motioned that, and may I have a seconder on that, please? Ingrid, thank you. All in favor? Passed unanimous. Thank you.
There we go. Okay, so we'll now invite Carolyn Robertson, the Manager of Communications, to provide the communications report. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. I'm just going to start us off by doing a screen share and showing you something that I hope that you've already had the chance to take a look at, which is our updated website. I just wanted to give you a sense of how this evolved. So after we had completed our website, one of the things that we did that you are probably familiar with is we posted a pop-up survey so that we could gather information from end users. Now, the survey is still living on our website. If you, for anyone who still wants to share feedback with us, they can access it here. We did get quite a bit of feedback from users, some of it telling us that they didn't want to complete our survey. But what we did with that information is we made some changes, which started really with our homepage, and just streamlined our navigation a little bit. As you can see, now we have a scrolling banner, and we've tried to capture, in addition to the things that we had on our homepage before, which were really public focused. Why would the public come to our website and what would they want? We tried to incorporate some of the key things that our new applicants and that our registrants would be looking for. So as you can see, our Find an Optician is still here front and center, and so is Make a Complaint, and then our news. But we've also added a separate link so that you can access our blog page here. We found that previously where it was, people were accessing it from social media when we were posting it, but they weren't necessarily finding it on our website. So now it's right in the top menu and should be very easy to find. The other thing I wanted to give you a little bit of a preview of today is the work that we've done to collect our French hub, I guess we'll call it informally for now. So we now have an application form that applicants can download. It's in French and sent to our registration department. We've been translating our policies. We've also translated our information on funding for therapy is now accessible here, and along with the application forms, which are all now posted there as well. Information about making a complaint is also available in French. And then information about sexual abuse and our FAQ for professional conduct. So at this point, our next steps for this are going to involve translating our complaints form, which currently, sorry, I'm not sure if everyone can see that, which currently looks like this. The translation has already taken place, but this will be on our website, hopefully by the end of the week. And I think we're going to have it so that people can access it two ways. So one, if they come to the English form, there will be a button on this page to access it in French, and probably on the page that I just showed you, the French hub will have a way that they can access it as well. And then I think the final part will be to put in our top banner so that our French is immediately accessible to registrants when they arrive here. And I think that's it, unless anyone has any questions.
Okay, thanks, Carolyn. Are there questions about some of those website revisions, communications. Go ahead, Netta.
Karen, looks very nice.
Thank you.
Looks, graphically it looks very nice. Everything, it seems to be more coherent. And one question I have, that for the French pages, they need to go to the end of the page and then click that button to have it as a French, or if they going to the website like other, websites, a pop-up is gonna pop up that you want it in English or French?
So that's a good question. So for now, the reason that we sort of have people accessing that from the bottom is because we were working on it. We wanted the information to be there, but we didn't necessarily want it to be front and center while it was in progress. So it will definitely be accessible from the top banner, probably once we have the complaints page translated. But I'm not sure if we're going to have another pop-up to say if you need to access this information in French, but we might continue to think about the best way to sort of have these, because it's almost like you're having a second website, right? As you translate more and more of your content. And the other thing, sorry, that I forgot to mention is that we have translated the first chapter of our jurisprudence, which is the sexual abuse chapter. So that will also be accessible to registrants.
Following question. The ultimate goal is going to be the second website mirroring an existing one, whatever is in English is going to be in French, and then it might be a good idea to have that option. At this point is not big, because not all the pages are translated.
I'm sorry, Netta, you're cutting out a little bit.
Oh, sorry. I said because all the pages is not done. That's the reason that we're not doing that.
You know what, I mean, yeah. So are you thinking almost when you go to a website that offers you Google Translate, you can press on a button and it gives you an option to see everything in French?
I'm not sure it's from Google, but I'm going to use this example. Like Hudson Bay is a big shopping website. When you are logging in first time from any computer or even in your phone, it gives you the option. It says you want it in French, or let's say somewhere in Europe, you wanted to access to a German website. The minute you're going there and it's picking up your IP from a North America, it gives you the option, says, do you want it in German or English?
Yeah, so definitely, I think, sorry, Caroline, I was jumping in there. Like, I think that's something we could probably raise with our IT people to see if we can recognize geographic location.
Yep, it's something we can investigate further for sure.
Thank you.
And Netta, it sounded like a piece of that question was around sort of the ultimate goal behind the translation, as to whether it was to ultimately have a French site that sort of mirrors the English site. Caroline, I don't know if you wanted to just elaborate there.
Thank you, sir.
So, you know, I'm gonna maybe let Fazal jump in if he wants to, because I mean, we've sort of been working with our budget from the ministry. I think we've committed to next year, maybe looking more closely at how we could allocate a little bit more funding for this project. But Fazal, if you have anything to add, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're sort of working it as a continuum. So we started with like the most accessed documents, especially we're getting a lot more applicants that are French speaking. We're getting candidates from New Brunswick, things like that. So we were trying to tackle the most accessed documents, and then the sort of the mid-state would be this French hub that we have, where you could hit this one spot and you could see all the different documents. Eventually, when we get everything translated properly, it would be nice to be able to switch over to the French version of our website. So I think it's a journey. We'll definitely be hitting up the board a little bit for budgetary assistance. We have been doing this slowly, bit by bit, using the funding that the government has available to us, like a little grant every year. But I think in order to speed up the process, we'll put some money behind it in the 2022 budget. and try to get more of the content translated. And again, we're doing this through French translation services so that it translates both directions and it still retains its proper meaning, as opposed to sort of a Google Translate where things could be lost, because there is a little bit of technical writing in our website. So I think the end state would be a French, like a dual site. But for now, what we're going to do as a stopping point is have that French hub. And Carolyn, any idea when that might be sort of going live?
So currently you can access it. It's just a little bit sort of hidden. If you scroll all the way down, you can get there. But like I said, so I think our complaints form is the next piece that we're sort of missing. And once that is live, which I think should be the end of this week, we're going to add the French to the top banner so that it's more visible.
Thank you, Fazal and Carolyn. Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Neda.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments for Carolyn in the communications report? Okay, so again, that's an information piece. So with that, that concludes this portion of the meeting for the day. So I will get Brian Todd, the board chair, to call for a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Sarah. So we've done a good job today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for participating. It is now time to adjourn this portion of the meeting. So I'd like to ask for someone to move that, please. I thought there'd be a lot of takers. Henry, that's it for sure. Seconder? Mikey, I saw your hand waving there. I'm going to go with that. All in favor? Motion is adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.